Hi, students. Hello, students. uh, Welcome to the ENG1501 class. I have quite a few of you in the recording already, in the class already. We might not think it's a classroom setup, but it is definitely a classroom setup. So yeah, it's just that you see in the background my office, school, whatever area. I think I explained it to you last week. So yes, hi guys. Can I just ask some of you to just tell me how their Monday had been? Can I start with Inkle? Can you unmute yourself and just tell me how your day has been?
Is it Elsie? That is me.
Yes. One
This
of
is the
these days
first
I'm
time.
going to tell you to unmute yourself.
Oh wow, this day just got better. Actually, this is actually the highlight of my day. I've never
Oh,
spoken in a class,
oh,
so I
okay.
guess it's been good in that way. I hope yours has been good too.
Mine it's been busy, but it's been good. It's been a good Monday. It's Easter weekend, so it's a different week.
Interesting,
It's a
interesting.
different week. Let's put it to you that
Okay,
way. But thanks so much
okay.
for telling me, hey.
Thank you, thank you.
Sabelo, my friend, where are you? Tell me for 1 minute how your day had been. The Steerman, Sabelo Steerman, can you unmute yourself? Hey, Sabelo, did you just log on and disappear? That's how I know when some people log on and disappear. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, let me go to the next one. Imbadine. Imbadine, can you please unmute
Uh,
yourself? Oh, so yes,
I'm ma'am.
Sabelo.
Hello, this is Savelo.
Ah,
I'm sorry.
no
I'm sorry it
worries.
took me so long.
No, it doesn't
uh,
matter.
oh, okay, thank you. So my day has been good so far. Thank you.
Oh,
I've
I'm
been finishing
glad.
up on my assignment.
Yeah, no, it's
Yes,
a hectic
thank you.
period for you guys, eh? Because it's assignments and
Yeah,
this needs to be due, and then there's all these additional stuff. So I hear you. I hear you. I think we as
yeah.
lecturers also feel that way a little bit, like deadlines are just happening.
Yes, yo, it's been busy.
Yeah, it's a lot. Okay, but thank you so much, eh? Imba Dean, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, ma'am. My day's
Oh,
been
cool.
long, ma'am.
Ah,
It was one of
how was
those
your
long
day?
Mondays, ma'am.
What is it? Come
One
again?
of those long Mondays, ma'am.
Oh, those
Catching up with
Mondays
that.
that feels like it's never going to stop.
Yes, ma'am. But
Ah,
just waiting for Friday, ma'am, for the Easter weekend.
yes, yes, yes. I think all of us are looking a little bit forward to the Good Friday. Yeah, for Christians, it's obviously a very spiritual week, I suppose. But yeah, at Friday, I think a lot of people are thinking of just having an extra day off. Okay, thanks so much. I appreciate your
Thank you, ma'am.
feedback. Who else? Badine, there we go. Badine, did you respond now?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not.
I just
Oh,
responded.
you responded. Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. Did I go to else? Can I now get into my rain? One or anyone who just wants to tell me what their day was like. Anyone? Honey. Oh, I love that name, Honey Ghana. Can you unmute yourself? Honey Ghana. I know that some of you are working, so this is also not always the easiest time. So I get that also, students. And then Yonela Makazi.
You know. Hi, ma'am.
Hi, honey. Hi, honey. You can see I'm enjoying the name.
Yes, ma'am. I can see.
So how was your Monday?
My Monday was good. I'm doing my practical, so it was long.
Oh, is it practicals for what? For education?
For education.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know that is long. That is very,
Yeah.
very long. And it's tiring also. At which school are you doing it at?
Motherwell High School, Port
Ah,
Elizabeth.
I come from Gqeberha, hey?
Really?
Yes,
Oh.
I come from PE. So I used to do the lecture assessment for the students for Nelson Mandela University. So yeah, I know what you are talking about. It's a tiring
It's a
situation.
tiring experience.
It's a very, very exhausting one. So I hear you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Anybody else here? That maybe just said, sorry guys, I do this because I don't see you, so I have to make some sort of contact with you, which I prefer, and just to hear one of these days I'm going to say, please unmute yourselves. I mean, just not unmute, give me your video and so forth, and then yeah, that's it. Anyone else here that wants to express their day? There's a lot. There's a Nessie here. There's a Seco. Anyone else?
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good. In Ndlovu, is it you?
Yes, it's me.
Ah, sweet. How was your day?
It was good, ma'am. And
Oh,
yours?
mine was good. It was a busy Monday, but very, very good. I woke up. I did a few things in the morning, then I did some prep work also. And yeah, then I was looking forward to this class today. So yeah, that's been my day. I try to have a positive attitude, guys. Hey, negativity just brings me down. So even if I'm all stressed, I will always laugh and giggle, but obviously for the appropriate things. You know what I mean? If sad stuff happen, I know how to act. So you can take me anywhere. Please, I'm just going to switch on this thing quickly. Please, I'm always say I am. You can take me anywhere, but yeah, I try to have a positive attitude, truly. Okay, thank you so much for that, eh? Okay, Zamayama. How was your day?
Hi there.
Hi, my dear.
And how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good,
Not complaining at all.
yeah. Thank you. I wish I had that spirit that you have. Oh my God.
Look here, dear. It is, I call it my wake up moment when I just say, okay, I need to deal with a day. And I have so many students, for example, in my classes now. I remember I told you about communication theory, and I am the sender of the message. You know what I mean? So I have to take responsibility. And because of that, my spirit just goes up when I have to start lecturing. It's just the way it is. I don't think I will change. I won't change because it's senseless. If I'm depressed and I'm making every one of you feel miserable, no, I'm not going to do that.
I get that one very well.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank
Mtembu,
you so much.
I think Mtembu, did you respond? Yes, you did. Or am I now getting you confused with somebody else? But anyway, students, thank you so much for those of you who responded to my messages. I really appreciate it. I know that it's been a long day for some people. It's a Monday, it's tiring. And for other people, it was a good day because we do have the opposites. And yes, we're going to start now with my lecture. And let me just go to my windows and then communication barriers that we are going to do today. So remember, can I just say, get a yes from someone because I can't see you, that you can see the slides? Can anyone unmute themselves and just say, yes, you can see the slides?
Yes, ma'am, we can see the
slides
slides.
are visible.
Okay,
Yes,
thanks
you can
so
see
much.
the
Is it visible? And even if I do the slide share. Now, if I go to the next one, can you see that? Differences between learning a language and acquiring a language. Can you see that?
Your slides aren't moving, Natalie.
Ish, you see this? I don't know what
You're not in presentation mode.
I am actually in presentation mode.
Are you using two screens?
I think there's another screen that because
if you're using two screens, then it will show the non-presentation mode on the one, and then so sometimes you're sharing the non-presentation mode. Okay, there your slides are moving now.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not on slideshow. You
No,
understand?
it's not on slideshow. Yeah.
That's the thing.
So
And I must figure this out because keep on having, if I put it on slideshow, for example, then it doesn't move. Then you guys can't see that
okay,
it's theories of language acquisition. You understand
okay.
that?
Try to put it in slideshow again.
Okay, it's in slideshow now. So I'm moving. There I
Exit.
go. So differences
No,
between learning a language and acquiring a
no.
language.
It gets stuck, like literally like what a PowerPoint when you're creating it, what it looks like. It doesn't go
Yes.
into slideshow mode.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
do you have do you have a second screen connected to your laptop?
No, I have a desktop 1 and a desktop 2, and I've closed everything else. You know what I mean? Let me just see. Week 2, there's a desktop 1 and a desktop 2. There's nothing else open. I was so sure. So, okay. I'll get my
It's
husband to
okay.
come and figure it out for me. But I mean, the students can see this at least. And you know what? Sometimes I do have to go out of SlideShare because I type anyway what they say to me. So,
Natalie, I just
yes.
want to say we know that you're married. You don't have to brag to us single people. Thank you.
Oh, please just go away. Just
No,
go
but
away.
but we can also try to figure it out outside of the session, me and you, and then we can do a poll.
We can
Yes,
do it.
yes, I need some attention. Leave me alone.
Leave me. Okay, so guys, let's do this. Eh? So last week we did communication language acquisition. Remember, I did a bit of communication theories with you because the language acquisition was specifically for your own knowledge because I wanted you to know how a language gets acquired. And remember, I said to you there that there's a difference between learning a language and acquiring a language. When we learn a language, it's normally in a classroom setup. But when we acquire language, that is normally what we have learned from the theorist. And remember, I said to you that there were these theorists, the behaviorists, that decided, okay, this is the way a child acquires a language. They have to copy, they have to repeat, and then they have to praise them, and then they have to then repeat again. Remember that, eh? So I said, and then we said, no, behaviorists were quite wrong because then the innatism came in, and that was Chomsky. And I said to you, please remember this name of Chomsky because in your English language journey, you might hear quite a bit about him. And Chomsky was speaking about the language acquisition device, and he was telling us about the box, that we have a box that's almost similar to, so how we learn a language, is very similar. How we acquire language is very similar to how we learn to walk. So we crawl first and then we walk. And Chomsky said, okay, now this is the way we acquire language. It's not the way the behaviorists are saying. The innatists are saying that we acquire a language because of what we experience in life. You know, there's a box, and as people speak, and between the ages of 2 and 6 in particular, we just acquire a language just like that. Okay, and it's exactly the same way we learn to walk. Then we have the interactionalism, and the interactionalism says, okay, we agree what the innatism are saying, but we just want to add a little bit about the environment as well. So depending on where the child grows up, that is where the environment where the child grows up, then that will be part also of the language. So they believe in innatism, but they also want the environment. And I think I gave you the example. If a child, a Chinese child grows up in Motherwell, for example, the first couple of years, Motherwell, guys, for you, those that do those, an area in Kotlebega, formerly known as Port Elizabeth. If that Chinese child grew up in Motherwell, for example, that child, because of that environment, the child will then start learning Xhosa, the Xhosa language. And that's so interesting, you know, so they believe it. So how a child acquires a language, they normally start with ing and end with the positions. And I remember I told you that ing is normally the first thing that they learn, and these are the positions, and end with the positions. And remember, the the ing is the easiest thing to structure to acquire, and the possessions would be the more difficult one to acquire. So I think I use the example, this is Natalie's class, which means Natalie is teaching her class, our ENG1501 class. So this is the theories of language acquisition. And then I went for the students. I like recapping because some of you might not have been in the class last week and you might not have a time. So I'll also recap a little bit for you this week, okay? So I said to you communication theory.
Sorry.
Within it, yes?
Natalie, sorry to interrupt you. I just want to announce to students that the recordings are available on the My site. I can put the link in the chat, and the students can refer back. Okay.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much, everyone, for reminding even me also that the recordings are available. So remember, I said to you that when it comes to communication theory, sorry, students, before we go in, if you can't hear me or there's a problem, please unmute yourself and then just say to me there's an issue, okay, and so forth. But the recordings are available. So when it comes to communication theory, I said to you there is always going to be a sender. I'm the sender here. I told you if you write an assignment, then you become the sender. I think your first assignment was either on poetry or novels or what. I'm not sure, but you are the sender of that. You are the initiator of the message. There's always going to be an audience. In my case, my audience is ENG1501. I'm very specific with my audience because you cannot have this blanket, oh, my audience is everyone. No, not everyone is interested in communication theory. Not everyone is studying ENG1501. So you must be very specific with your audience, because if you don't do that, you're going to lose your students. The message that I want to portray is the idea that the speaker has to convey. And last week it was about language acquisition and communication theory. This week I'm going to talk about communication barriers. So that's going to be my message. The medium that I'm using here, I told you that there are written mediums and there are spoken mediums, and the written mediums would normally be your PowerPoint slides. Yes. Okay. So the medium would be the spoken medium and written medium. And so the written medium would be what I'm doing here. I'm sharing my PowerPoint slides with you, and there are many, many written mediums, guys. The minutes of a meeting is a written medium. A notice that you see somewhere, an email is a written medium. I mean, there's so many of them. Again, it all depends how you are going to send your message out. And I remember I said to you, the initiator of the communication must make sure that they understand all these principles. They understand their audience, they understand their message, they understand the medium. Am I using the correct medium here to get my message across? And I said to you that there's going to be spoken mediums and written. Written would be the PowerPoint slides that I'm giving you now, but the spoken medium is actually what you are seeing here, because I'm speaking and I'm writing. So what you do is that you see my spoken medium, you can see my body language, you can see stuff, there's pictures and stuff at the back and so forth. Okay, so and then the verbal and non-verbal coach, you must be aware if you want to get, a sender wants to get a good message out there, they want to get positive feedback from the audience, they must understand that the verbal and non-verbal codes that must be used. Okay, and I said verbal codes is always when there's writing in whatever you're going to do, and non-verbal code is where there's no writing. It's only trying to get the message across. I said to you, there are many contexts. I say that there's intrapersonal, interpersonal, small group communication, public context, and then there's mass communication. And then obviously your feedback is that you want positive feedback from your audience. I think I did the example, sorry. And last week I did this with you, so I'm not going to do it with you again. And then these were the activities. That's also the same example there. Remember, I did this example with you last week. Who's the sender of the message? I said it's Natalie Lottering. Now I said to you, if you were the audience, would be, sorry, if you had to reply, to your assignment, your first assignment, who would have been the sender. If you had to now submit your assignment, you would have been the sender. So that would have been, I gave the person a name there. I said Bongi Subisa. I said the audience, my audience here would be ENG1501. Your audience would have been, if you submitted your assignment, would have been the lecturer and maybe additional markers that they've appointed. Your message here, my message was last week to lecture ENG1501 students on language acquisition and communication theory. And then your message would have been, for your assignment, I understand the questions and I'm following instructions. The medium would have been how you are going to convey your message. So I said here, in my case, it would have been an online Teams lecture, a recording, and that would be spoken, and then written would be a PowerPoint slide. If you had to submit your assignment, yes, it would have been written, because you would have had submitted it. Okay. Assignment would have been in a written assignment. Okay, there we go. Perfect. And then a written assignment. So let's go do that. So that's your one. The codes that I'm using here is the PowerPoint slides, and then so the verbal codes is the PowerPoint slides, the non-verbal, again, what you see in my room. See the lectures, context would be mass because you are all sitting in different spaces. Then the feedback I expect from you is positive feedback. And how would I expect positive feedback? Sometimes if you just like put a little heart, or you respond when I ask you questions, that for me is positive feedback, because it allows me to see that you guys are actually responding and listening to me. Okay, so these are just things that I'm recapping on quickly for about a few minutes. And then here's an activity. So I'm going to do this activity with you. I'm going to do it afterwards, because I want to start with language barriers so that we can get going, and then I'll do a com theory activity with you. And then if we have time left, but I'm sure this lecture is not so hectic, okay, as the other ones. So yes, communication barriers. I say to you, oh, life would be so wonderful if I can just be the sender of this message, and I know my audience so well. And then there's this thing, I know my audience so well, I know that what message I'm going to give to you. I know that I know my medium that I'm using. I know that what context I'm going to use. I know the code. I mean, I know everything, and I know I'm going to get positive feedback from my audience. But one of the things that I've also come to realize, if I am sitting here and live in a little isolation bubble, you know what I mean? What I mean with isolation bubble, thinking that whoever I'm teaching, my audience that I'm teaching here today, doesn't experience barriers to communication, then I will be one of the most ignorant lecturers out there, because there's a reality. Within communication, there are barriers. And why is it important for you to know about barriers to communication? Because we have to know about barriers to communication to avoid it, to almost like say to yourself, I want positive feedback from my audience, but I'm not going to get that positive feedback if I do not understand that there are barriers to communication. And so it's important that you actually know that beforehand. You know what I mean? And this is what we are going to look at today. So this lecture examines what can go wrong in the communication process. In other words, what causes misunderstanding between the sender and the audience. And let me tell you, there are so many of them that can create misunderstandings. And again, the idea with this is not for me to not for me to say, oh, you know, everything is going to be wonderful. Even when you submit your assignments, remember last week, was it, which class was it? I'm not sure because I had different groups, but one of the classes asked me, well, they took the cover page, you know, of another, almost like a copy of the cover page, and they added to their assignment and then turn it in, you know, the plagiarism mechanism, then turn it in, penalize them, and they said, well, they copied that directly, and so they were a bit upset about that. And then I said, well, you know, the sender of that message, who's your lecturer, I would believe will then be aware that, okay, maybe turn it into 5% and then said this is the reason why the percentage is so high. So then she can maybe, she or he can maybe say to the markers, look here, if there's a 5% just for the cover page, you cannot penalize the student because turn it in have it's part of turn it in. So if there will be misunderstandings between sender and audience, and that's very important. Okay, so now your objectives for today. So I'm going to come back, sorry guys, I'm going to come back to comp theory. I just want us to be very clear about this part. So your objectives would be, after studying this chapter, you should be able to identify possible barriers to communication. Okay, you must be able to identify it. If you can't identify it, students, it means you can't prevent it. You have to almost like be very careful about this. And the 5, I'm going to add a 1. Sorry, that's why I sometimes prefer having it open like this, because I can add as a maybe it will be technological barriers. Okay, so there are 5. I think now there will be 6 because I realized I wanted to add this one. 6 categories of barriers. There's what they call perceptual barriers. There are language barriers, which is very important. Your physical barriers, there's psychological barriers, and then physiological barriers, psychological barriers, and then finally we have technical barriers. And what do I mean with all these things? Under perceptual barriers, you must remember that under perception, because perception is a strange thing, hey? I'm sure as I'm teaching you, you have a perception about me. And you have perception about everyone that's always coming in and out, you know, that's making fun of me. So there's perceptions, you know, we all have it, guys. It's not something we can hide. So what do we mean with perceptions and so forth? Okay, so yes, perception is, I mean, when you look at this, you know, you see accidents happening and then, oh my goodness, there's a car on one side and there's people. But strangely enough, lots of people could have seen this accident and they might all have a different perception of what happened. Okay, what would your perception be if you see a dog like this, you know, looks like terror, it's frightening. But there are, I think this is a pit bull, or maybe I'm wrong in this case, but look at this picture and you will say to yourself, oh, this looks like this dog is going to attack me. But people who breed these dogs have a great love for this dog. Okay, so again, the perceptions change, because guys, perceptions work both ways. You might have a perception about something, but somebody else also has a perception about something. I used to tease my students in class when I would say, sometimes somebody would come in late and then, you know, somebody would make a comment or two, especially when I had my face-to-face classes. And then I said, you know, someone said, yeah, oh, late again, you know, for the lady that came in late. And I had to say, and then the girl said, well, late, I'm late and I'm looking fabulous, you know. And I thought, I just laughed and I said to both of them, can you see that both of you have perceptions about the situation, and you must be very clear. You must be very clear that your perception is not always the right perception, and the other person's perception might also not be the right perception. So how are we going to compromise to get to a point where we do not have communication barriers? Because ultimately, students, we want positive feedback from our audience. So I mean, if you look at this, whew, I mean, these are all most of the political parties. I couldn't use all of them, but I just used what I could find, you know. And I'm telling you, if you look at this, all of us have different perceptions about these parties, you know, so it is insane, but that's the reality. But how are we going to work together? Because now we have a GNU, and our GNU are supposed now to work together, and yet we have parties with different perceptions, and we're already seeing that there can sometimes be a problem with that, you know. So yeah, you just have to bear in mind how things work. So a perceptual barrier, which is the first one I'm going to concentrate on, is perception is the process of selecting and organizing information gained through the senses. So we sometimes gain things through the senses. And what do we mean with the senses? You know, your senses are normally sight. It's normally what we hear. It's normally what we see. It's normally what we touch, and am I not getting it? Hi guys, come and help me here. What are they? It is come help me. It's sight. Can someone scream quickly? The five senses: a sight,
Smell.
smell, good.
Taste.
Taste, smell, taste, good. What else?
Touch.
Hey, touch. There we go. I confused. And then there's another one. Sight, smell, taste, smell, sight, smell, taste,
Hearing.
touch, and hearing. And what is the last one? Is it what do we call it? Oh God, I'm so embarrassed now.
And the 5.
Come again?
And the 5. Sight,
It's
smell,
sight,
taste,
hear,
touch,
smell,
hearing.
taste,
We have 5.
touch.
We have 5 senses.
Yeah, sight, smell, taste, touch, and
Hearing.
and yeah. Okay, let's say yeah. Okay, let's do that.
5
Perfect.
senses.
Yes. So because we have different senses, how we see things would be different, you know, depending on where you grew up. Your sight, your smell, how you taste things, you know, touch and hear. We perceive that so often, you know, when we go to places. And okay, let me continue with that, and then I'll come back to the sight, taste, sight, smell, taste, touch, and hear. Now, because perception is selective, so very selective, two people may witness the same event, experience the same sensory stimuli, the same sensory, like the senses, but the perception of the event will differ. In fact, perception is unique to everyone in that no two people perceive or interpret a communication action in exactly the same way. That's what it says. Okay, and that's very important, guys. I wouldn't say no to people, but this is what they believe. I see sometimes people see things the same way, but there will be moments that we are going to differ about whatever. You know, in the world of politics today, we have Trump, and then there's the world, and then there's China, and people have different perceptions about that. Then we have our own country, and people have different perceptions about the ANC and the DA and all the other parties, you know, that exist. And that's the reality, people. But how do you work with that in order to communicate, to get positive feedback from your audience? And these are just things that you need to understand. We all come, the first under perception, this is now under perception, eh? There's the first one is cultural background. We all come from different cultures. And I mean, who's sneezing there? the background. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Can you please mute yourself? That was so cool. So cultural background is the first one. And so culture binds people of a particular society together and give them a sense of belonging. And I mean, we see this in South Africa so clearly when people practice certain cultural events or certain events, then that's normally what brings them together. So it binds the people of a particular society together and gives them a sense of belonging. Okay. So people of a similar culture have shared values and beliefs, shared rules and conduct, and shared symbolic codes such as language. That's true, guys. And I think some people say, yeah, but certain people don't have culture. Culture is what things that you do together. So it's almost like well, that's my perception of culture. Is almost things that you do together as a group. So culture would be, in the isiXhosa culture, there are many cultural things that happens within their culture. Xhosa culture, there's the Lebolo, there is the I'm not sure what they call it, but going to the bush. There's a variety. If you in part of the Zulu culture, there are certain things that you do that shared values. People sometimes laugh when I say there are even in the colored culture, there's shared ideas, because now a Good Friday is going to come, and every colored household, you're going to get pickled fish. It's a shared values and beliefs, and there's certain things that they share also. Afrikaners love their rugby and braaivleis. So it's shared beliefs and values, I believe of. And because of those shared beliefs and values, you conduct yourself in a certain way. Okay. Anyone wants to mention that I haven't mentioned about culture that you would like to add? A person from another culture would quite likely have a different understanding of what is acceptable. True. Very true. And that happens a lot. I mean, if anyone wants to give their viewpoint on culture, their culture, that's very unique to them. Can you mention that to me quickly? Okay. Anyone wants to open up? Let me just go out of here. Okay. Where are we? Let me say, you can tell me your culture and then you can just talk to me about it. Tandeka, beauty? Tandeka? Now I'm calling out names. Siko?
Hello. Hi, ma'am.
Yes.
I am from the Xhosa culture.
Yes.
We have events like lobola negotiations.
Yes.
Imbeleko.
Yes.
Small boys becoming men in the mountains, if I must say that. Initiation, yeah, that's the word.
Yes, yes. Do you think, Siko, that other people within South Africa, do you believe that they have their old cultural things that they do?
Yes. For example, Zulu.
Yes.
Zulu culture, they still adhere to the polygamous relationships, taking this tempo in everything. It's a tradition that's been happening for the longest of time.
Yes.
So it's still doing that to honor their culture and their tradition.
And to honor, do you believe that should be a practice? Do you think that polygamy should be a practice that should continue within the Zulu culture?
I have a different perception.
That's fine.
Support that.
That's
I'm
fine.
not in support of that.
but do you? It's a very interesting topic because I was confronted with this a while back. Where someone asked me, "How do I look at Ndlovu laughing here?" Where somebody asked me about polygamy, what is my opinions about polygamy, and me having, understanding communication barriers. And I said to them, well, it's part of their culture. I don't necessarily need to believe in it. You know what I mean? But I respect it. So
I think
if
it's
a
all
man,
about understanding.
yes, so if a man can, sorry?
It's all about understanding.
Absolutely. Because I said to them, your perception is that this man has 4 wives, for example. This is a very controversial thing that I'm talking about. But in their culture, it means that, instead of a man having lots of affairs and going in with lots of girlfriends, what happens in other culture, they marry these women. You understand that? So, so there's a perception on both sides. And where do you stand with that perception is where the respect is going to have to come in, because unfortunately, because we have so many different tribes and different cultural groups and different indigenous languages and so forth, there are clearly going to be certain things that's going to differ from your perception. You understand that, okay? Because yeah,
and there are so many reasons to actually back this up, because at first I was disagreeing, but I had to respect
yes,
the perception, But when I watched Tanones Tembo, which is this reality show of this polygamous man in El Shabin, So the reason why he took number 5 is because of the third wife, Umakuman, is unable to have kids. So his intended view, okanye, what he wanted to achieve by having Istembo is to have 20 kids, to grow his surname. So
okay,
now I'm like, there is reasoning, so I have to respect that reasoning.
absolutely. Because sometimes you must also remember you are come from the Xhosa race, and not everyone understands Labolo, for example, negotiations. There are people that feels that the perception is you're selling yourself, to you're selling yourself, and you are, because perceptions work both ways, guys. It's not just a one-way stream. That's what you have to learn within communication barriers in order to avoid it. Because once we start thinking that the way I believe and see things in every way possible is the correct way, you're always going to have problems. You always going, and it doesn't have to make sense to you guys. Some of the stuff doesn't make sense to me. You know what I mean? I don't believe in I don't necessarily believe in certain like ancestors. I'm a Christian, you know what I mean. But if I have to be invited to any event, I will participate because I have been invited. You have given me permission to be part of something and to experience it.
You have to honor the invite.
Yes, and I have to respect that. You get what I'm talking about there. So you must be very, very careful about how you see things. I would love one of the guys to respond as well, or any other group, any other person. Not another Xhosa lady, but maybe I'm butchering your surnames, guys. Yes. Can you speak? Yes, Kumalu. Yes.
No, it's at the back left. Kumalu.
Guys, I've done this so many times. They keep on telling me I'm speaking Xhosa, so I've given. I get the clicks wrong. So yes, you can speak.
Thanks. So I appreciate how that came up. I guess again, I appreciate how everyone said they have an opinion, but it's not for them to say what's what. So maybe I think I'm Zulu by culture, born, bred, everything in between. How it started, actually, it was so much better than it was. Simplest example, go back to the Xhosa one. Maybe it's better for perception, I suppose. It was meant for where boys were meant to take to the mountain and be taught things. It wasn't just a physical part of it, but it just thinks it's about that. How sadly now people are feeling under pressure, and then they're going doing to even younger, and some of them have even made it to be commercial, make money out of it. So I'm just saying everything can be misconstrued. So whilst going back on the Zulu one, for example, with the reason why it even started was many reasons. One that the family of the girl somewhere didn't have, maybe they were not doing well, and they knew that the one man was well off and he could afford it. So what they do is they'll send their girl, and as a man, it's disrespectful to take someone's child back. So you'd marry her. That's number one. Number two, you'd find that the man is married and his wife is getting old. She can't take care of them. Then she will decide that she actually give permission to say, fine, let's let you have another younger wife. Always one younger, who will then be able to take care of him and her as well, because there's a hierarchy thing. So she will know that. And then another one again is, if you can't have kids, then you'll have another wife as well. And again, for example, the other wife had been only having girls, because sadly, girls will always marry someone. I'm not saying they lose their surname, but that's how it was culturally. Because culturally, when a woman gets married, she takes a husband's surname. So those are the main reason why this actually happened. But sadly now, and I'm sorry, I tend to not like the Isitembu, whatever that show. I don't even watch it because it has almost
negative narrative.
It has just diminished the whole culture and why it happened in the first place. So I always like, before people say many things, first understand where it comes from, and then we have a understanding of it. And again, the whole polygamy thing, as now it's called, it's not a Zulujist thing only. Many
in Islam, it's huge.
And there's a certain number, like you can go up to 4. So I'm just saying that maybe I don't do anything, as you said. It's important, as you say here, for example, you're going to communicate to someone, you first need to know where they're from, how do they relate, and what is their cultural background, etc., and how they speak. Another simple example, in isiZulu, we have clear name. So let's take, for example, the Prince Buteles who passed on. So some of his clan names is Nyamana, which means basically darkness, sort of thing. And as a bride family, you are never meant to say that word. You never say, if something is black, you don't call it Nyama or anything, because but then calling your disrespect them, calling them by their first name, which you're not meant to do. So then they found names to call those things instead of that. So you don't say Nyama, and then they'll use some other words, etc. And same thing with the Zungu people. There's names you don't say as a bride in that family. Someone else will saying that. I think it's maybe before you just take on what you're seeing here and now. It's important, and it's also respectful for other people to understand where they come from, and then you be actually. People always think you're charming, but you're actually not charming. You just took time to understand people first before you impart what you think or thought. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for that well-structured explanation. Truly appreciate the insights. You learn, and that is what perceptions are, people. One person giving their perception, the other one giving their perception, and taking the information that you've been given and using it in a positive way. I loved how you explained about the history of polygamy and how it actually started in terms of the Zulu kingdom and so forth. And that guys is what barriers, how you can avoid barriers to communication. But you as a person must be open to that. You must be open to it, because if you're not, you're going to forever have issues with people. Yes, even in South Africa, we have so many race relations issues that we are dealing with, and sometimes you really can get mad because we have a perception of history and what has happened in the country and so forth. And so, but you constantly have to get yourself into a space where you can say to yourself, okay, this person doesn't necessarily agree with me. We have different perceptions about something, but how can we come to a compromise so that this doesn't create communication barriers, essentially? Okay, so thank you for your feedback, students. I truly appreciate that. Let me just go back to my slides. Okay, so cultural background, a person from another culture will quite likely have a different understanding of what is acceptable. That's true. And guys, I have found within my space, you know, that that there's nothing wrong in asking sometimes the opinions about if you don't understand something. People are so excited to be telling you about their culture. They think, some of them think it's an honor when you ask them about their cultural backgrounds and certain things that you're uncertain about. So be open to asking questions, you know, and saying, I don't understand this. I don't. And I mean, with cultural backgrounds, I don't even mean within the South African context. I mean, internationally, we have so many ways of doing culture differently, and that comes with its own perceptions and so forth. And so yeah, just be open to asking. So if you are not open, you're going to call what they call ethnocentrism. And that's a tendency of people to view their own culture as being supreme. And guys, I think that sometimes happens. The way I see things is supreme. And yes, you're never going to win the battle if you think that way. I have a personal viewpoint that it's very, people don't get it, but I mean, whatever happens in South Africa, I just have a positive tendency, because I say to them, guys, I'm not going anywhere. You know, I'm not going. Yes, I'm critical about government. I'm critical about education. I'm critical about the health system. I know that there are things not going well, but because I'm someone that's been in South Africa, I'm very fortunate that I've traveled the world and I've seen different places. But I still maintain that this is my country. You know what I mean? So I'm very protective of the people of my country. And even though they do the craziest things at times, that I just want to take the computer if I watch YouTube videos and say, why are you doing this? It's still our country and so forth. So yeah, that's my, and please don't go and report me now, someone saying that she promotes South Africa. This is my perception, people, of South Africa. I am not going anywhere, and I am going to be proud of who I am. And yes, tomorrow I might be mad at South Africa again, and the next day I might be happy, but that's my perception. Is that clear? Okay. So ethnocentrism is a tendency of people to view their own culture as being supreme. So cultural stereotyping results from a failure to recognize the individuality of people within a culture. Yes, I mean, if we're going to say, all Xhosa women, I mean, there was once wasn't that Metro? Yeah, they like taking other men. They like taking men that doesn't belong to them. And then there was the colored culture that they fight. You know, if you date a colored woman, you know they're just going to take out a knife and stab you to death. And if you date a Muslim woman, you know you're going to she's just going to wear hijab, and she's going to be so subservient. And I mean, it was just so crazy, because they are obviously individuals. If a woman in the Muslim faith wants to express her faith, it's her right to do so. You know, if whatever as long as you don't go into the spaces of, I am now saying that, you know, all of you are like that. No, we are here. We are two people, you know, a Xhosa woman and a Zulu woman, speaking about a TV program and they had different perceptions about it. And that's fine. You know, it's no deep drama that needs to go on now because my culture is now better than yours. That's absolutely unnecessary. So when you encounter cultural practices that might seem different to your own, it's important to recognize and appreciate and respect those cultural practices. This way, ensuring that miscommunication is less likely to occur. And this is important, guys, for your entire life, not just for ENG 1501, because I always teach this to every group that I ever get. If I do a short learning program on minute writing with a company, I'm going to teach them communication theory and barriers to communication, because they need to understand that some of them have attitudes within the workplace because they believe that everybody else is so incorrect and that they know everything. And then I have to shush them and say, as much as your perception about that person has a perception about you. You understand that? So be very, very careful how you walk through life, because you are going to get resistance. And that resistance is going to create miscommunication. Okay? So first one was cultural background, and then this was actually something that I wanted to do earlier with you, but it's fine. Okay, so to prevent communication, it is inevitable that people's perception will differ. You should take the necessary steps to prevent these different perceptions from causing communication barriers in your life. So another perception, remember we're doing now just perception, is that we have different past experiences, 1.2, okay? So perception is learned through experience, okay? So we learn it through the senses and so forth. No two people have identical experiences, so people will perceive the same situation in different ways. For example, someone's unpleasant experience with a dog may make him or her always perceive dogs as ferocious, untrustworthy creatures. Very true. You know, other people might have pleasant experiences with dogs. So due to your past experience with dogs, you might have a certain perception. And that's just the way it is, guys. We have different past experiences. What I'm saying to you as the sender of the message, we must be aware of these barriers. We must understand that people have different cultural backgrounds. We must understand that people have different past experiences. So if you are a person that has a dog, you know, outside, and that's guarding your house, there cannot be an assumption or perception that everyone that's going to come here is just going to love your dog because you love your dogs. No, they might have different past experiences with dogs. So be aware of it. Know that if people come in, that if you know that your dog is a bit ferocious or whatever, then be careful. And that's what I'm saying to you there. So yes, again, that picture of the ferocious one, and then we have cute puppies, but these cute puppies can also come with their own issues. They look cute, but they can also, the perception was that you were attacked one day by these cute little puppies, and that happens to some people. Another thing that I find very interesting is selection. Be aware that we select different things, people. I'm a woman. Some women love sports, and I know men, that's their thing. You know, that's how they relax. So people also select different things, and be aware of that. I mean, I can't be a sender of the message and then I talk about soccer the whole time, because you guys have different things that you are interested in. Okay, so you select that which you want to attend to, usually what you either expect or are familiar with. For example, if you are keen on soccer or rugby, you will select media stories about these two sports. Am I correct there? Yes. As a sender of a message, be aware of somehow including most people's selections. So don't go and harp on just the two things that you like. be as open-minded as you can, because that also will help you to get positive feedback from your audience. Okay, so we select, remember, this is all part of perceptual barriers, eh? So it's cultural background that we have under perception, it is past experiences that we have under perception, and now we're talking about selection. So the fourth one, which I think is a very important one, and that is, I'm sure you've heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or if you have not, I'll tell you about it. But Maslow is a theorist, who's theorist by now. He's a theorist that says that people have different needs depending on where they are in life. Okay. And Maslow says, as a sender of a message, you have to be aware that people have different needs. So what are your basic needs that people have? The basic needs is physiological needs, guys. We need air, we need water, we need food, we need shelter, we need clothing, and we also need, some of us need to reproduction. This was done in the 1954, 50s. So sometimes maybe reproduction might not necessarily agree with what you agree with for now, but just as an example. So we need our basic needs, guys. If we do not have water or food or shelter, how are we going to be able to go to the other needs? I always get so sad when you have a squatter camp, for example, where people's belongings, and I know that some people accuses people that's living there, that they do this and they do that. I know that. But can you imagine that if a person's all their belongings, now there's a flood or there's a fire or whatever, all these things gets destroyed. You understand that? And here you sitting, how are you expected to to think about esteem? You know what I mean? Which is one of the higher needs. But how are you expected to think of love and belonging? Your basic need is now to get a shelter for your children, to get food and to get water. Those are your basic needs. So if I am a sender of a message and I have students that live in squatter camps, for example, because my students come from everywhere. I don't know where, I know that there are circumstances that are really bad. I was a lecturer at the university and a school teacher. I understand that people have difficult circumstances. But if that need is not fulfilled, and as a sender, this child hasn't eaten anything for the morning, how can I expect now to say to the child, oh, are you happy with yourself? No, the child can't be happy with themselves because they didn't eat this morning. They're hungry. You understand that? So the same thing when it comes to us, when people's belongings in a camp, or in a township area or whatever, it doesn't matter. But you as a sender, if you know that person's physiological needs have now been messed up, you must be aware that, oh my goodness, how am I going to deal with this? Because honestly, I can't imagine that I'm now going to talk about this person. Now you hungry, this person is hungry, and I'm saying to you, but you need to look beautiful. You need to, no, it doesn't work that way. So Maslow says, people have different needs, and the physiological is the first need. And then, so if that must be as a sender, if you know that the physiological needs have not been dealt with, you need to deal with that before you can go to, then the next need is your safety needs, personal security. You need employment, you need resources, we need health, we need property, because those needs, guys, safety needs makes you feel secure. You can imagine some people that sleeps on the street, their lives are not safe. So again, you can't expect them to sometimes even look at esteem, how they look or whatever, if their safety needs are not met. And you as a sender must be aware of those needs. I'm just looking at you becoming teachers one day. You know, there's a student that one of you mentioned that you went to a school, so she's going to become a teacher one day. And these are the realities that you are going to face with, you know, and how as a sender are you going to deal with that? Okay. To almost like prevent communication, miscommunication. The next need is love and belonging. So if these two needs, our physiological needs and our safety needs, are met, you know, we've got that. The next need is a need, guys. We all want to love and belong. There's no one, if you don't want to love or belong, then you are a psychopath. Then we are sitting with crazy people in this classroom. Do you? I'm serious, guys. We all desire, it's in our DNA that we desire friendship. Sometimes we've had such, let me just put on the air conditioner here. The air, yeah. I'm feeling a bit hot. Sorry, there we go. So some of us might, you know, we need friendships, we need intimacy, we need family, we need a sense of connection. And this is what Maslow says. And sometimes when people don't have that, children don't have that, your audience doesn't have that friendship. So, you know, that sense of connection, maybe it's an orphan child that doesn't have a sense of connection. The way you as a sender is going to deal with those situations are going to have to be different, you know, so that you don't have miscommunication. The next need that Maslow says we have is esteem. We all have self-esteem, isn't that so? We all want to be told, oh, but you look fabulous today. What's going on with you? You can see the smile on everyone's faces when they say, yeah, I'm feeling it, you know. So we all want that esteem, respect, self-esteem, status, recognition, strength, freedom. And if you give that to your audience, you know, if you give that to your audience as a sender, guys, it makes a huge difference, okay? And the ultimate need is desire to become the most that one can be, and that is self-actualization. So as a sender of a message, you know, when you look at your audience, and especially those that intend becoming teachers or becoming English specialists, and me, even me sitting here as a sender of a message, I cannot take it for granted that there are physiological needs that my students might need, you know, that there are safety needs. They need the love and belonging. They need to have esteem, you know, they need, and then finally the self-actualization. It's just something that you need to be aware of. Remember, barriers are something that it's an awareness. Is that clear? So Maslow's hierarchy of needs, says you are influenced by your physical and psychological needs. So physical means in the body, and then psychological would be the mind. Okay. So Maslow was a psychologist, also a theorist, put forward a theory in 1943 that people are motivated by universal human needs. According to the theory, when lower needs, lower like the need, you know, what was your lower need there? The lower need, physiological needs, you know, if your lower needs are left unsatisfied, it is very difficult to motivate people by appealing to their higher needs. So guys, if you, I always used to say to my students, oh my goodness, if you are hungry, for example, a physiological need is hunger. Can you be in love? You know, no, you can't be, because love is higher. Our first need is physical. You want food. You don't want to be in love now. If you don't have food, you're hungry. Nothing functions in your body. You understand that? So the higher needs are not going to be important. Okay, so according to the theory, when lower needs are left unsatisfied, it is very difficult to motivate people by appealing to higher level needs. Okay, so I said there, can you be in love and also be hungry? Anyone wants to respond to that? A very interesting thing. Can you? From what I've seen, what I've said now, I think some of you might say, well, now I get that you can't. It's very difficult because hunger is a physical need. If you're hungry, guys, you can have $50 million, 50 million rand in a bag, but you have robbed a bank, Okay, I'm going to tell you a story. You've robbed the bank, you in a plane, get out, you in a plane, you know what I mean? And you on the mountains and something happens to the plane and you crash. You understand that, and you have this 50 million rand in a bags, and kind of, this is supposed to make you a rich person. But then what happens? What do you need? That money means nothing to you, because your physiological need is that I need food and water. I need safety. So the other needs become useless. People are going to start burning the money to get warmth. They're going to start using the money to create some sort of shelter. They're going to start eating each other to get food in their body. They might even do things that might not make sense, but that is how Maslow says. And if those basic needs are not met, guys, we must be very careful as senders to understand and be aware of that. Otherwise, you are not going to get positive feedback from your audience. Okay? I've been in the schooling system. I taught for 9 years as an English teacher. I know at a very disadvantaged, marginalized two schools that I've been at, and I understand the difficulty that our students go through. And I understand that, if they don't have those lower needs met, I must first feed them if I expect them to be smiling with me. How can I do that? So I'm just explaining to you the reality of the situation. Anyone wants to add anything to that? Anyone? Or do you understand? At least give me a thumbs up to say you understand what I'm saying. Okay. Okay, thanks, Ntembo. You get it. It's very important, guys, and these are very sensitive issues, but it's the reality that you need to face before you can go into anything else. I love the fact that you are listening, and hopefully you'll be able to relate better within your working space, your home space, because this doesn't just apply to where you are at work or at the university. These principles apply when you are in your household. If you are part of a church group or Islamic group or whatever. Yes? Did I hear someone say something? Okay. So, but you understand Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and that the lower needs need to be met in order for the higher needs to be sufficient. Okay. So yeah, I mean, here's two pictures where you can clearly see it's a loving couple on the left-hand side. But I mean, there's another couple of the reality of what some people are going through. So there cannot be all this passion that might happen if the lower needs are not met. Okay. So in education, it's also a barrier. It can be a barrier. Education and intelligence play a major part in molding people's perception. That's very true. If you are a manager of of people that, for example, are the helpers, but they also people that's administrators, then there's teachers that are then there are maybe people that's in a higher position. Depending on their education, it plays a major part in molding people's perception, because some people will have a certain perception due to their educational background. I don't like going into this, but for example, a manager that deals with people at different levels, you know what I mean? They are, the way he approaches his audience, let's say the helpers, would be different from writing. I mean, it's senseless for the helpers. They don't have email addresses. So they might not have emails, in the job because their job is to work in the kitchen or to do certain odd jobs and so forth. So maybe your as a sender, you might have different approaches how you deal with different audiences. So maybe with the helpers or whoever else, it would be better to have face-to-face communication with them, depending on the situation. Maybe with the admin staff, you can have emails, and maybe with the teachers, or maybe you can have face-to-face with all of them, depending on the sender and what makes sense to him. Because I mean, guys, I am sitting here and I know I am teaching different people. I am teaching first years, final years with different degrees. I don't even know what degrees you are doing. And sometimes I sometimes feel also like, wow, how am I going to deal with this information? Because some of you might have heard this before and so forth. I think I sometimes say to myself as a sender, look here, this is skills that the students need. So it doesn't, unfortunately or fortunately, if they hear things again within skills, you know, it's never a bad thing, because a skill is something that you have to hear over and over again in order for you to get better at it. You know what I mean? So that helps me a lot. But I've taught classes. I once had a group of law. I taught professional English for law students and I remember thinking, oh my goodness, there's first year to final year students in this class, and how am I going to deal with this content, because my audience are so varied, you know. And I just made a decision. I understand that there are people that knows a lot, but there are also people that first years that might not know a lot. And I'm going to focus on my first year students and then bring in the third year students, and then maybe they can help me with certain concepts that I might be battling with. And I'm telling you, it worked. It worked because I respected the fact that I have first year students that just coming from university, but I also respected the fact that I have third and fourth year students that knows a lot, and they can come in if there are issues here and there that I might confuse myself with. As a sender, guys, I've always lived by the premise that I don't know everything. I mean, if I know everything, then I must be the Lord. You know, I must be God. And I'm definitely not that. And I'm never going to get myself into a situation where I am now placing myself in this godlike image. And I know, no, I don't. And I'm not fearful of saying that to people because it helps. So yeah, that was my way of looking at it. Now I'm going to read this email. The next section that I'm going to do with you is language barriers. So under perceptual barriers, I'm just going to recap. There's cultural background, and we talked about that a lot. I spoke to you that we all have different past experiences, and as a sender, you must respect that. I said to you that we select different things, you know, and again, don't come in with just what you like as a sender. Be aware of what your audience also likes, you know, to do with their lives, and so forth. Then I said to you the next one is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I explained to you that how Maslow has different hierarchies. You know, there's a physiological need, then there's a safety need, and then there's what is it called? A need for love. There's a need for esteem, and then the final one is then self-actualization. And you as a sender must be aware where your audience where they are in order for you to get your message across. Okay. And then the final one is education. We all have different educational backgrounds. I'm not saying that people that come from you just have a grade 12, so automatically you are lower than a professor. No, guys. I have seen guys that have grade 12 and they are masters. You know, they're very intelligent. But again, if the idea is, if you have people from different educational backgrounds, be aware of that also. Okay. Now, this is something that I thought, oh, I should have done this. Should have actually taken out, but I'll do it again. Okay. So this is an email I received, guys. We're going to do now language barriers. And I want you to tell me, what do you think about this email? Okay, I'm going to read it with you. Can you all see the email? So this person says, Oh my goodness, why didn't I delete that? Okay, can I do that now? Okay, it's fine. I'm going to just use another one. So this is what she wrote to me. Good afternoon, ma'am. I trust this email finds you in good health. Please allow me to extend my sincere apologies for my late correspondence. I understand fully that it falls outside customary office hours. As a novice participant in distance learning, I have found myself grappling with the intricacies compounded by the demands of a full-time occupation and the recent commencement of my teaching practicals. While I recognize that these circumstances do not excuse my oversight, I must acknowledge my regrettable error in missing the deadline for the first assignment that was due at midnight on the 9th of April 2024. Regrettably, I mistakenly believed I had an additional day to fulfill the submission requirements. Upon reviewing the technical specifications outlined in the assignment instructions, I observed that allowances for late submissions are allowed. In light of this, I am compelled to inquire whether it might still be possible for me to submit the assignment by April the 10th, 2024. I wish to emphasize that my commitment to academic integrity has been unwavering throughout my educational journey, spanning both my secondary and tertiary studies. Missing a deadline is not a regular occurrence for me. In truth, it has never occurred before. It is not my usual standards, and I'm resolute in ensuring it remains an isolated incident. Any guidance or leniency you might afford in this matter would be immensely valued. I offer my assurances that such an oversight will not recur, as I strive for fervent dedication to academic excellence. Your consideration and cooperation in this matter are sincerely appreciated. Now we're doing language barriers. I've now read this email. How do you feel about how do you feel about this email? Anyone? Honey? I'm going to use your name because it just sounds good. Okay. How do you feel about this email, honey, as I'm reading it? How do you feel about this email? Anyone wants to try? Guys, there's no wrong answers, please. I'm not the type that you must give me a perfect answer. I just want you to say, I read this long email about the student that couldn't submit her assignment on time, and now she's asking me for an extension, How did you feel when you read this email, in terms of language and how she expressed herself and so forth?
Hello.
Anyone? Yes.
Okay, I guess I'll go with this one. I don't know. I don't I think it was personally, I just feel that it's too overdrawn. It was too long and repetitive, and it just was using big words to try to get a simple message across. I'm late. I'd like to find out, can I still submit it, etc.
Yes. Okay.
Just think that a lot of things were lost in translation, to me at least, because I guess maybe I was taught a structure of writing a letter is different.
Yes.
You say why you're communicating a message, what is the problem, how would you like it to resolve, and the end.
And
that's
the end.
all.
Okay.
So there's 2, 4, 6, 8 paragraphs.
Yes.
That's just me.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. Can somebody else also give their opinion? Where are we, Buddy? How do you feel? Buddy, are you there? Guys, you must unmute yourself when I call out your name. Bulalwa. Bulelwa Lukwe. Unmute yourself. Or anyone else that would like to respond?
I was
Yes.
saying that for me, my opinion is that if I was on the receiving end of this email, it would make me empathetic towards the sender of that, because it's, even though she uses a lot of language and it might sound fluffy, but personally for me, I'd be very empathetic towards her situation and give her an extension, because she explains it's never happened before, and it is on her. She explains that it's not on anybody's fault. It's her. It was her mistake or their mistake to do, and because of that language, because of the language she used, the choices of the words she used to address the situation would make me feel empathetic towards the situation, and that's just my opinion.
So what we are saying, yes, thank you, Kiwe. What I'm saying to you here is that I was the audience of that message. She sent it to me. And I remember reading, I mean, it was late in the mornings and I was reading this message. And the first thing I felt was, goodness me, there's a lot of big words here. And yes, I have to agree with I did give it the extension because there was a bit of confusion. But I use this example because I wanted to say to you guys that what creates language barriers is sometimes, especially from the sender side, because this was the sender, was that she could have said this to me in a very short, concise way. You understand that? There's no need when it comes to language that you have to use big words. I don't know where this comes from. I mean, she used words like, novice. She could have said as a novice, please allow me to extend my serious apologies, my late correspondence. I understand fully that falls outside customary office hours. Customary would have been normal office hours. That would have been acceptable. If she said as a novice participant in distant learning, novice would have been someone that is new. She's new. The intricacies, that means, all the different elements, all of these things compounded would be added, So what I'm saying to you is that when you are speaker or sender of a message, be clear, guys, that this notion that if I use, and I think she's brilliant, don't get me wrong. I think she's a good student. She was a good student and she did fairly well. But there's no such a thing that if you use difficult words and you're going to get your message across. In fact, it would be a hindrance if you use difficult words. In your case, because you are doing language, Shabi, you're doing poetry, I believe, and novels and all of those things, that's part of your jargon that you are going to use. But when you speak to people, and especially me speaking to people using different, doing different modules, I know some of those classes, I have law students as well. It is imperative for me that I explain my concepts to you in a way that you will understand what I am saying. Is that clear? That is why I have to use everyday examples in my when I express things to you. I speak about squatter camps. I speak about culture so that you can identify with it. So there was no need for that. That is what I'm trying to get at, okay? But I appreciated it. So language and the way you use it often results in barriers to communication. And I mean, I teach ENG1504 students, and they said to me, ma'am, we struggle with language. We struggle with the language, and there are barriers of certain things that you must remember. If meaning is not understood, okay? I'm just going to give you a few. We use jargon. We use difficult words. I mean, guys, there's no reason for that. We use insensitive use of language. It's a no-no, okay? Incorrect grammar, long sentences, and spelling or punctuation errors. Because what happens if I take out the A there, that's a language barrier. Okay, so now you're going to look as a sender, I am not spelling that word correctly. So which means that instead of you looking at whatever's written below the slides, you know, you're going to focus on the language there, because it's a barrier to communication. So language is a huge barrier to communication. Okay, so let's go on. Meaning, so language barriers with means meaning different. So here are a few examples of language barriers. Meaning, different understanding of the meaning of the word. Yeah, so for example, sit here for the present. Okay, that could mean a gift or a short while. Okay, so when guys, I have this thing called clarity in my head always. You have to, when you write, sit down and say to yourself, am I being clear? When you submit your assignments as a sender, am I being clear? You know, am I going to say sit here for the present? Could mean gift or a short while. Or what is the other one I always used to use? I can't get to it, but you must be clear with the meaning of the word. If it means that you must add something to clarify what you are saying, then add it. Okay, sit here for your, maybe it's a here for the present or your present. Okay, then you would rather say sit here so that you can receive your present. You know what I mean? But meaning must be clear. You cannot have double meanings. Jargon, a big one, guys. Jargon is language used in a specific field. For example, in cricket, we do LBW. We use leg or by. I don't know what I did there. There's a language barrier for me. So computer, we use mouse and byte and etc. Use only if audience knows the jargon or the field. And different dialects must also be taken into consideration. So there are many language barriers that you need to remember. A language barrier is almost like someone that's marking your essay. Now you're making a spelling mistake. Now the person has to stop. The audience has to stop to underline the spelling mistake and then write the correct spelling. That creates problems. You must make sure that you don't have those things, okay? So difficult words, guys, you don't have to use difficult words. That whole I gave her the extension, but there was no need for her to use all these difficult words. In law, for example, they're going to talk about the domicile. A domicile is a house. Now, if you're going to speak to fellow lawyers, you might use the word domicile, or in documentation, you have maybe in legal documentation, you might use the word domicile, but it's the actual word is a house. I will say, where's your house situated? I'm not going to ask them where's your domicile situated, or where. No, it makes no sense. Please be aware of insensitive use of language. Please don't use racist language. Don't use sexist language. Sometimes we forget that we are being sexist. And sexism, guys, is not about man towards woman. Because sometimes, I mean, there's a typical example where they will say alcoholic men, or okay, maybe it will say men, men who drink a lot, drink a lot creates issues, creates problems in the family. Okay, yeah, immediately that's sexist, because there's a lot of women who drink, sometimes even more. Let's be real. Okay, so we cannot just use the assumption that men, that's sexist language. Ages, sometimes, yeah, ages, we tend to be very ages when we talk about technology, you know, and you'll say, ah, these old people, you know, and technology, they're useless. They don't just be careful of how you use it, guys. We're also going to get old. We're also going to be old, and then one day you're going to get annoyed when people make fun of you. Likey, like people like words like likey, lighty, boykey, girl, those are just words that some people use. It's so insensitive. Anything, be aware of how you speak to people. I don't like saying, for example, I know some people say maid or nanny. I like saying a helper, because it's just, for me, it's not sensitive at all. And that's for everybody that helps me. I say they're my helpers. They come in and they rescue the mess that I've created. So they play a huge role. So incorrect grammar. Yeah, concord errors like I are happy. Gender, he is a woman. I mean, yeah. Okay, that's a bit, I'm not going to go into that debate, guys. That with the new gender stuff, it can be a bit tricky. I'm not going into it. Okay, so long sentences, be aware of that. You lose track of the meaning. Guys, if your sentence is more than 30 words, you know that somewhere in between there should have been a full stop. I have seen long sentences that's an entire paragraph. And then I'm thinking to myself, how, as a sender, if you write a whole sentence that's a paragraph, one paragraph, how do you expect me as an audience to understand what you are saying? Because within that long paragraph, you're going to lose your audience. So I always say a good sentence has about 15 to 18 words. Full stop. There must be a full stop. If you want to say more, use transition words. I'm going to add the transition words. Okay. So I'm going to give you an example. A long sentence would be Natalie Lottering is teaching the ENG1501 students on a Monday at from 5 till 7 p.m. And she does really enjoy those classes because it gives her great fulfillment. She also fulfillment, and then after these classes, she will most probably go and look at dinner, and after that, she will do a little YouTube or watch the news. And then, guys, it's too long. It's too long. Put a full stop. You use transitional words. You say Natalie Lothering is ENG1504 lecturer, 1501 lecturer, and is teaching from 5 to 7 p.m. on a Monday. Please, I'm not doing it perfect. In addition, that's a transition word. Furthermore, you add stuff. And we will do transition devices because a lot of you, I can see, are aware of these things, but I will do a lot more transition devices with you later on. But please, if your sentence is longer than 30, if your sentence goes beyond 18 words, I always say try and just wrap it up, because you're gonna lose track. Spelling errors, please, people, get your spelling readers right. I always laugh when sometimes I see students that when they can't even know what, they don't even know, they can't even underline it. The computer can't underline it because they don't even know what you're saying. I grew up in an era where spelling, you had to spell out of your head. And the thing is, the students, most what you don't understand is that yes, you do your assignments via computers, so they might pick up your spelling errors. But what happens if you have to write a test and you actually have to go to the venue and there's no computer system that can pick up your spelling errors? You have to spell correctly. And every time as a sender, the audience have to stop because there's a spelling error, there's a communication barrier. Or punctuation errors, using commas incorrectly. I know a lot of students that gets that wrong, can change meaning. So, for example, I think I have an example here of punctuation. So here we have two words. Now, and this is how I'm telling you how punctuation can really create problems for you. Can you see, if you read the word woman, without her, man is nothing. So this is the same punctuation. Sorry, this is the same words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 words in the first line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 words in the second line. But when you look at woman, the first one says, totally different from what the second one says because of the punctuation errors. The first one says woman. Without her man, comma, is nothing. So a woman that without her, that doesn't have a man is nothing. The second one says, however, woman, because there's now a colon, can you see there? So that becomes a dialogue. The woman is now speaking, and the woman is saying, without her, comma, man is nothing. So can you see how a punctuation error can change the entire meaning? So you need to know how to use punctuations properly, guys, because they're same words, 6 words, first line, 6 words, but it's totally 2 different meanings. Okay. And I think the last one is that information overload. I know how you feel about that, guys. Sometimes it can create so many language barriers where they are, when you have 3-hour lectures and whole day lectures, and you feel like if someone is given too much information at once, they might get overwhelmed and miss key points. So I'm trying very hard not to go over the 2-hour limit. I would prefer 1.5 hours, but most of my lectures doesn't allow that. So yeah, I try not to go over the period, because your concentration level can also only go so far, especially for those who come from work this time of the day. So as a sender, just be aware that there are barriers to communication, language barriers. You don't have to use difficult words. Please, guys, don't use it. There's no need for it. You don't have to use, please be aware of insensitive use of language. Please be aware of incorrect grammar, you know, long sentences. Keep your sentences to 15 to 18 words. Don't go on too long because you're going to lose clarity. Use transitional words. Please be aware of spelling errors, because it stops the audience, the person that's marking your script. They have to now stop and correct it, so it create errors. Punctuation, I told you the example of 2 exact sentences and how punctuation gives a different meaning. And then finally, information overload. And then the next one is what, so we've done now perceptual barriers. And under perceptual barriers, I gave you the 5 elements. I've done language barriers with you. So now I'm going to do another one. Remember, these are all for the sender. So physical barriers is something that people also experience physical. And that's, again, where the sender must be taken into consideration. So physical barriers are factors in the external environment that hampers communication. I get that often, guys. I live in a household. I work from home. Background, sometimes you know, people will just open the door, and that can hamper communication because I might look that way. It happens. There are physical barriers, but be aware of them and try being aware of it. People, so the first one, people talking outside the office. I mean, you are busy in a meeting and then you hear loud voices and then people are talking outside. It's a barrier to communication. Okay. So as a sender, if that happens, you know your audience are now going to be distracted. So rather get up and go out and tell people that, look here, I have a meeting. Can you speak a little bit softer? Can you go somewhere else? But do it in a kind way. Don't be rude, you know. Bad phone lines, that's a barrier. Bad, not even phone lines, what we're doing here now. You have a physical barrier with your computer or if you are doing it on your phone, there's just bad phone lines. I've experienced that a lot. I've experienced it now where I try to open up the slide entirely, you know, and then that doesn't happen. But, you know, you have to look at plan B as a sender. So if there are physical barriers, what am I going to do next? Okay. Poor internet connection for video calls. We experience that daily, guys. And how are you going to deal with that if there's a physical barrier? I mean, I like showing my face, for example, when I teach, you know, and there was once where they said recommended that I do not have my video on, and I hated that feeling because even if I don't see your faces, I love it that you at least see mine and all my antics and my how I speak with my hands and so forth, and what I look like. But video calls happen, and for that period I had to now switch off my video because I didn't have a choice, but I didn't throw a tantrum because it doesn't help, an untidy document covered with ink smudges. On Friday I went to FMB because I moved to a new province, and so you would not believe it. I got a new address, so I have to go to the banks and change my address. And somehow the address that I got from the counselor, just I don't know how this happened. If there was a child that came into the room, but it was all untidy, and I'm thinking to myself, I can't go to FMB with an untidy document like this. But like life would have it, I have a printer, and the printer decided also to create its own problems because it's not an expensive printer. And then I went to the bank. Eventually, I went to the bank, and I apologized profusely because I said to them, this untidy, it creates a communication barrier, guys, because now I'm thinking, what is the audience thinking about me? I'm the sender that's now requesting that my address must be changed, but here I come with a document that looks like this. And luckily the audience person, she saw my distress. She saw that, oh no, this woman is, so she said to me, no, it's fine. She understands. But physical barriers is there. Small lettering, very, very important one. Again, if you write, guys, sometimes some of you write and you use these small letters. I don't know what you are writing about, and then small, I'm just making it bigger. So small lettering is also a physical barrier. Weak internet signal, it's a physical barrier, guys. You must get a proper connection. But what happens if there is an outage? There's electricity outage, we have load shedding. What do you have? Plan B in place when that happens? Because sometimes I don't even have plan B because the load shedding event might be 2 days. So I must just make sure as a sender that I let my students know beforehand that this is happening. Lack of data, yes, it creates physical barriers. You must have data on your phone, or you must have Wi-Fi. And physical distance, I think that's a huge physical barrier. No face-to-face interaction, guys. It's, I wish you can see me in a classroom. I love using my hands and running around and being inside, actually going in the middle of students and so forth. I can't do that. So I kind of have to now use my chair that I'm sitting on so that you can see that, yeah, I'm here. Okay. Then there's also, so physical barriers. We have perceptual barriers, we have language barriers, and then we have physical barriers. We're almost done. The next one would be psychological barriers, and psychological barriers are experienced in the mind. So that is mind, psycho. That's why you go see a psychologist, because there are issues in the mind that might not be going well. Okay, so so there would be boredom or a bad attitude. Some people might be bored in this class, so some of you might have a bad attitude. Yeah, it happens, guys, but you as a sender, I am not going to become different. As a sender, I'm still going to have my pleasant attitude, even if you might have a bad attitude, or if you're bored. It's also okay, guys. I can't please everybody, but I'm going to please my students that try to come to this classroom. So as a sender, again, be aware of psychological barriers that people might be experiencing. Then physical barriers, again, physiological barriers are experienced internally, so that would be the body. These are physical disabilities or health issues that affects communication. So for example, hearing loss, speech disorders, vision impairment, fatigue or illness can make it hard for someone to communicate effectively. For example, if you are hungry or you have a headache, there's fear and anxiety can block communication. Physiological barriers is a great reality, people, because people do experience physically hunger, they experience headaches, you know. And if you speak to somebody and they are experiencing those things, it's going to be very difficult for you as a sender to communicate. Is that clear? If there are people with physical disabilities, another thing, or health issues that affects communication, be aware as a sender that if I want feedback from my audience, how you deal with those things. Some people can be extremely insensitive, you know. I've had situations where as a sender, my university, for example, would send in partially blind students into my classroom. They would be, you know, it would be a disability. And I wasn't told that I am going to, and these are real issues. I've had students that were that had partial hearing problems, and they would come to my classroom, and then I would just be given a mic, you know, or something that I have to speak into, or you know, as a sender, the only thing I could think about was, oh my goodness, I cannot now have a temper tantrum in front of these students, because I'm sure that the communication is not their problem, it's maybe the university. So I would sometimes just take, even if I make believe that I'm doing what I'm doing, but I wouldn't throw a tantrum, to be very honest with you. I will take it up afterwards in class, maybe with a person that came to me, or I will speak to the disability unit and ask them, you know, as a sender, this is what I would appreciate should happen. I need to know about the students. I need to know, but I'm not going to do it in front of the classroom, because that would be insensitive. Is that clear? Okay. Then technological barriers, I added this one because with so much communication happening through technology, if technology fails, that is a barrier. It's a barrier to communication. Crashed computers during a presentation, or using outdated software that is not compatible. Also, not everyone is tech savvy, guys. So you might struggle with using communication tools properly. I am not tech savvy at all. I can confess that, you know, that I'm not, but I've had to learn, you know, yeah, there, go and watch a YouTube video, or I would ask my husband if he could help me with it. But that is a reality. So as a sender, please become more tech savvy so that you will be able to help your students. Okay, so strategies to overcome. So there's 6 barriers, right? There's your perceptual barrier, there's your language barriers, there would be your physical barriers. And physical, I mean things that physically affects you, like people short lettering, people talking outside. There are psychological barriers, and that would be in the mind. There would be physiological barriers, and I said to you, those would be the people with the hearing aids and all of that. And then the final one would be technological barriers. Now, strategies to overcome barriers. How am I going to strategize to overcome these barriers? You need to use clear, simple language and active listening. Please, guys, you don't have to, I don't expect you to write like that lady wrote to me. Some clear, simple language and active listening. Not once, and I might be wrong, but as I'm teaching you, I don't think I've used any big words to get my message across. I don't have to. You know what I mean? If I have to explain to you what ethnocentrism is, I would say to ethnocentrism is what where you believe that your culture is the best cultures. That's explaining it, because that's a jargon word. And I know that you all belong to different faculties, different departments, studying different programs. So in my world, I have to avoid jargon and explain that concept to you. Okay, so use clear, simple language and active listening. And I'm going to speak to you about listening again when we do listening activities. I'm going to do some listening with you, because I do feel it's a neglected skill. I want you to foster an inclusive environment, respecting cultural differences. Guys, inclusive environment. You are never going to know how other people live their lives if you don't include. Invite people to your environment that you would not normally invite to this particular, to your place. Let people experience you as a sender and so forth. Be open to yourself, to be open to others, and so forth. Leverage technology appropriately and ensure feedback loops. If you're not sure, ensure that you have feedback loops all the time. Feedback almost loops is like giving, feedback as it happens, and then address physical and psychological needs to create a supportive setting. And then the last one, so what should a good communicator do? A good communicator anticipates and tries to prevent the occurrence of barriers. And that, my people, is the barriers section. I hope you've learned something from it. I'm going to ask one or two of you to just give me an idea of the oversight of this whole class. What do you think of it? Not the lecture, but just about barriers. Was it something that was some of it new to you or not, or did you know some of it? Anyone can respond. But would you like me to do it differently next time, guys? I'm someone that's very open to good feedback or bad feedback. Really, I call it positive feedback. Whether it's negative or positive, it doesn't matter to me. As long as I get feedback, then I know I can change certain things. Okay. So, Tandeka, did you learn something new? Tandeka? Okay. Anyone else that would like to respond? Shame. I've asked Somnikiwe so many times already. She's the one responding all the time. But Somnikiwe, are you there still? Guys?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to say that I appreciated the lecture. And perhaps because, and I'm going back to the email again, how I viewed the email you got is, for me, it didn't register as a language barrier because again, I am an English language student, so I'm the language of the language, but I understand now. I can appreciate the perspective of why that email is a language barrier for somebody who, for general language use.
Yes,
when you're in public. So I think for me that was perhaps a highlight for me. That as a student of language, I need to also be very wary of how I use language depending on the audience. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. It is so important, guys, to understand that, difficult. We've been taught this. If you use difficult words, if you use long sentences, no, it hampers, it creates problems for you when it comes to clarity. Clarity, guys, is important. And I'm going to do a section with you on clarity, conciseness, and positive tone. But those things it is not needed. You understand that. Anything about where's anyone else there, guys? And it doesn't have to be right or wrong. I just need feedback from people. Bulalwa, did I call you earlier? Oh, Tandeka Beauty.
Yes, ma'am, you did call me earlier about the email.
Yes, also about the email.
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
yes.
As a person with a short span of, sorry, ma'am.
Yes, I'm listening. Belalwa, I think I'm going to come back to her. There's Asanda Smith. Asanda?
Yes.
What is your opinion about what has been taught?
For me, I've discovered something new about the language barrier, of which I didn't know of, and I wasn't aware of it at all, because that English is the same anyway. Everyone knows the same word and their meaning. I didn't know that using big words, difficult words, as is a barrier to others. So using
Yes.
simple and clear words, it's much more simpler and easier to everyone to understand the meaning. No need to use bombastic words.
Absolutely. There's no need, students. And even when it comes to your other physiological, because you're going to encounter barriers in your life all the time. It happens. It's just a barrier to communication. And you must be, as I've said, as the sender, be open to it, be open to understanding Maslow's hierarchy of needs, be open to understanding that people have different past experiences and so forth, and then take it from there. I'm going to take the last student and then we're going to leave. Who want to be the last one to comment? Anyone, that last one that loves to comment? Where's my friend? Onesimo. Onesimo, you can unmute yourself. Okay. Any last person that happens? We just get the last person and then I will take it from there. Ndlovu, you know that your hand is up. So you will be the last one to comment.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
My feedback is that it was my first time attending the class of English today. I'm a first year student and I got a lot of experience about English and barriers that I didn't know, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelela. Guys, these are support classes, so it's not like you are compelled to attend them, but I would recommend that you do. I try my best to just expose you to more things, realities that happens, especially it's so that I'm the literacy academic literacy lecturer, but I also have been a school teacher, I've been an academic, I've worked and I've done short learning programs. So I've used all of that experience to make this as easy as I can, or more enjoyable as I can. I know that you are tired, some of you, but please attend. I'm going to take Ndlovu. Do you know that your hand's up, Ndlovu? Ndlovu.
Yes, ma'am. I was the last one to.
You were okay. Your thing just did. What's the name? So students, I'm gonna leave that. Communication theory and barriers. I was gonna do the activities with you with communication theory, but I'll do it with you next week because I wanted this section to be done. If I could have had a whole 5 hours, I would have done it in 5 hours in one go, but I didn't want to do it this way. So please take note, students. The class is going to happen next week again. I think I'm going to do something on reading with you. I will just double check. And then, so some of you might attend. Again, I'm going to do the same barriers with 1502, 1503, and 1504. If you are doing 1502, 3, or 4, I'm going to do the same thing with them this week, so you don't have to attend those classes if you've been to this week's class. But thank you so much, students, for your participation. Thank you for those who answers my questions and just for being so sweet. Okay, have a lovely week further. Enjoy your Easter weekend. And may it be as beautiful as ever. Take care. Bye-bye. Sorry, somebody just said, Bulalwa said, just experience the communication barrier. My laptop died. Yes. That's a communication barrier. Okay, people, take care. Bye-bye. Well, just experience. I'm just going to type in for her, but just with the communication, which barriers that technological barrier. It's answering her question. There we go. Bye-bye. Take care.